Come on, hello, welcome to another PSR stream. It is 8 o'clock on Monday the 28th of April, and I cannot believe where the year is going. We're almost into May already. Wow. 2 months and we could have moved. Don't know where the time's going. I really don't. I hope that you all had a really good weekend. I did. Packing. More house move packing. More packing. But it's all good. We started to clear the garage out and getting boxes stacked in there at the moment. So all the stuff that we're not going to need for the next couple of months all going away, and it's all starting to happen. Although we're still not exchanged. It's supposed to have exchanged in October, and it's now almost May and we've still not exchanged. I cannot believe it, but it's all good. It's all good at the moment. At the moment, it's all good. And I found out that in August, we're going to be heading off to Philadelphia for 4 days, which will be nice as well. So in August, middle of August, we won't be streaming, but we're going to be off to Philly, somewhere I've wanted to go for a long time. Anyway, I just want to say hello to Ollie, who is P1. Let's go. Evening, Mitch. Good evening to you, young man. And Dark Avenger, good evening all. Good evening to you, young man, too. We got 9 people watching already, and we haven't even started. So I am going to stop with all the jibber jabbering right there. I could go on for about another 15 minutes, but we are into a brand new daily race today. Haven't done any research online at all, other than to see that the GTR earlier on was the car of choice for daily race B. Let me just put you on the big screen. Roxy's going short course. It's just one for increasing your SA, so I'm not too worried about that one right now. Daily race B. I'll tell you what I will do before I do anything else, because I was a bit of remiss and I hadn't done this. Interact, and we will go into there. And you will see that I'm on 32,241 DR at the moment. For those of you that are watching my DR progress on gtstats.live, you will see that the graph went all the way up at Michelin, then it leveled out and it dropped all the way back down last week. So we are still in the A ranking at the moment, but only just, and we could lose that very easily this week if we're not careful. Good evening, Granster. Hopefully we might be able to work on either daily B or C. Daily race C I don't much fancy because it's a long old race. I mean, it's 25-minute race. It is Spa. It's in the GR3. I don't know. Maybe. I was thinking that if the upgrade had come out and what I'm hoping is coming is going to come, then I could have been tempted. But the daily race B is really interesting for me because I have got friends, real life friends and online friends, that have done really well with Seaside. And it's a great track when you can nail it. But there are a few corners that are particularly difficult. Everybody knows about the chicane of death. The last corner, the final corner, the one in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. And then the other difficult one is like the elongated chicane, which some people refer to as turn 2 and 3. Depending on how you count the corners. A lot of people don't actually count the initial kink on the straight, and then the chicane as being corner 1, and then corner 2 at the top, and then corner 3 where you're coming back down the hill. So depends on how you count the corners. So it could be very, very, very interesting, this one. Good evening, Grenster, as well. Daily Race B, GTR. I wonder if you'll get it better in the G70. Now, that is an interesting thought. And it may well be that we might end up going that route at some point. Wayne, good evening, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, the G70, maybe. But, so I think the Dragon Trail Seaside is the route that we're going to go. I have got the GTR lined up, and that was purely because when I did look earlier on, Friends ranking, you've got Greg White, Mad Hatter, Bones, all in the GTR. Wacky Debaki has done it in the F-Type. So the F-Type does seem to be a car that is up there for a lot of the GR4 races at the moment. But Rita, Never Quit, Simon, Orbulator, all in the GTR. And then you've got Craig in the Hurricane as well. So, you know, even on the friends list, there was a massive number of GTRs. And then when we go to the global ranking, it is even more obvious the route to go. Good evening, Marco. Good evening, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. You've got 1, 2, 3, all the way down to, so the top 10 are all GTRs. Number 11 is in a Veyron, which is a bit of a surprise. There's a V8 Vantage that appears at 21, so the top 20 are all GTRs except for one. Then we come down to 30, and then we come down to 40, and then so in the top 46, they are all GTRs with the exception, I think, of 2 cars, if I've counted correctly. We then get an NSX that appears. So I think that these odd cars are cars where that particular individual just really, really liked that car and really hooked up with it. Otherwise, it's all GTRs. There's another V8 Vantage. There's a McLaren in there. There's an Lancia Evolution. So as I said, you know, these are very, very few and far between. Otherwise, it is predominantly on Monday. Admittedly, it's only Monday. Things could change. Predominantly GTR. I would say that 95%, didn't count them all, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So what's that? 95, 96% of the cars really shouting GTR, isn't it? So I think that's the route that I'm going to go now. I'm not too worried at the moment about logging in. What I am going to do is I'm going to grab this guy here. I'm just going to review the replay as we always do, just to see how we go. A little note from Greg there. A car you prefer the curbs on is my guess. And Grenster says, I'll give the Vantage a try. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the G70 just does not appear in that list at all. The top 100, not there at all. So, yeah, is that the car to try? I don't know. But let's get into this first of all. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to display all. We're then doing a follow cam, and we're going to be hacking down towards the first corner. Just pick up the apex here, and then are we going to start braking at the beginning of the red or the beginning of the actual black and white curb? I'm going to assume the black and white curb. Pretty much halfway between the beginning of the red and the black and white curb. Hard on the brakes, down into second gear, and then we're just going to roll it through the... Actually, doesn't even roll it through. He's on the accelerator quite a bit earlier than I thought there. So we're going to come off here. So hard on the brakes, brake into the end, well, basically the 50-meter board. just after the 50-meter board, and he's turning on the 50, down into second to pick up the apex, then up into third for the exit, going out quite wide there. Now, one of the things on there I've got to watch is the grass, because very often I'll go a little bit too wide, put two wheels on the grass, and then you're heading towards the barrier on the right-hand side. So that's something else to bear in mind. So second on the way in, third through, and on the way out, up into fourth. This should be completely flat through here. Taking quite a bit of the curb there. Let's just have a little look at that again. So, as I said, third on the exit there, drifting out to the outside. So we start to turn where you've got these dark marks in the track there, and completely off the track. Basically, he's just got his left-hand wheels just on the curb there. Greg's just saying that Kent corner, I needed my pilot's license for that one. Good evening, Hokey. Hope you're doing well. So then we're going to go outside. I tell you, I am probably not going to cut that corner as much as that, because I invariably end up on the grass here, heading towards that barrier at a great rate of knots. Braking at the... Well, just started the brake at the beginning of the grass, but properly on the brakes at the end of that bit of grass. And then again, using these black marks in the road to... He's actually gone a lot wider than I normally go there. I normally get two wheels right up onto the corner here. So I think there may well be a tenth to win by getting more across the curb there, which also then means it opens this corner up a little bit more for the exit. And then you don't wind out really out wide on this curb. You can see it's right off the track again on the curb, almost on the grass. Another millimetre or two, and he's going to be touching the grass. And again, he's going to be going around, and you're going to be looking at the Rini boards on the right-hand side. As you will see, some people will probably do that in the race. So let me just double check the gears for that. So down into second gear. Interestingly, not using first at all for this one. Second seems to be the lowest gear in the Nissan. There's no first gear for rotation. Where's he going to brake here? Often I am looking for this orange bit on the right hand side there. He's gone past that. It's just after the orange bit. Again, sweeping across the track. Fourth gear. Just accelerating all the way through. Holding fourth gear. Fifth gear on the exit of the last of the little turns there, down the hill. Now, is it going to be the beginning of the curb, or is it going to be the 100-meter board? It's going to be between the two. It's nearer the 100-meter board before he hits the brakes. Sure, he's going to go down to first this time. No, he doesn't. Second gear. So again, no first. It's all second. This is going to suit me because I don't like first gear. Should be flat through here, really holding the inside. He's almost going to kiss the barrier there. And so again, all four wheels off the track for that one. You just got to be careful you don't hit the barrier on the way in. Through this one, very often, if you go across this one too deep, you can get a track limit. I don't know whether there is, but I have seen people going across those little yellow sleeping policemen. They will unsettle the car, and normally you wind up with a penalty. And then should be flat through here. And basically what you want to do, he is completely flat. Let me just go back a bit. You've got to be really brave. You can do this in the GR4s, and this is the difference between a great lap and a good lap, is getting through this chicane of death, as they call it, without lifting whatsoever. So right over on the right hand side, don't upset the car too much on this one, which then keeps it balanced here. You want to just pick up this bit of curb on the inside, and pretty much as soon as you get a wheel onto that curb, you're starting to turn, heading towards this orange bit of bollard. You almost sort of want to hit that, and it's got to be millimetre perfect, and then come straight away across, and you're aiming for the next orange bit, just trying to miss that. And look how close he is. He's right off the track again, but completely flat through there. No lifting or anything. Out to the wall, but don't hit the wall. Boy, oh boy, that was stunning to watch. And as we come down to here, is he going to brake at the beginning of the curb, just before the beginning of the curb? He's braking, going to be down to second gear, I'd imagine. Bit of rotation. Up into third fairly quickly. And then we're going to be over the top. And interestingly, you can cut this one a little bit more by getting the car across on the, you straddle this black and white curb. He's not doing that. There might be just a little bit more there. But again, that's quite dangerous. It can upset the car if you are not careful. Drat Fury, only a 149 for me at the moment. But that's the Sylvia. Oh, good evening anyway, Drat Fury. So that is the lap. The big question is, Marco, incredible going through the chicane like that. It is. If you can do it perfectly, it is exhilarating. However, you get it wrong, it hurts. And I think for a lot of us, especially those of us that aren't A+, there's a trade-off between getting through there safely with a small lift and getting an okay lap or a good lap, or risking everything and getting a brilliant lap. And in the race, I'm probably going to go for a good lap. When I'm qualifying, I'm going to try and start off with an okay lap, build up to a good lap, and then I'll start to risk it and see if we can get a great lap. And hopefully at some point we'll be able to get through there without crashing, and we will get that great lap, which will get us a great time. One of the reasons that I hate the fact that you can grind and grind and grind and grind and grind these time trials and your time stays for every single race throughout the week is just that. You can set yourself a blisteringly good one lap time, but then you never do it for the rest of the week and you can't match that in the race. I would almost prefer to have qualifiers for every single race, and that way your qualifying lap time is a little bit more representative of what your race time might be with no traffic. But there we go. Dean, good evening. Lusu, thank you for dropping in and thanks for racing with us the other night. It was good to see you back racing with us. Incidentally, guys, if you do want to race with us in the private lobbies, I'll just push up the join link. There is just a little rules agreement. All you're doing is you're basically just saying that you agree to the rules, that you'll get into Discord, etc., etc., and you will be more than welcome to join us. I know it's a bit of a flaff, but it does mean therefore that everybody knows the rules, and I no longer get into the situation where people are saying, oh, well, I didn't know that that was a rule, and I didn't realise I've broken that one because I didn't know what the rules were. Now everybody is agreeing what the rules are, so I can just turn around and say, I'm sorry, but you've broken rule number 5.3, end of, and you've written to say that you've agreed to say that you've read it. So that's the reason why I'm doing a lot of that. Right, let's have a little look. So what are we looking at? With my friends, I'd like to be up with well, I'd love to be up with Greg White, who's on a 145.5, but I think if we can get a 147, we can get a 146, I'll be really, really happy, but I haven't got a clue. Haven't got a Scooby-Doo what we'll be doing. Right, racing hard tyres. Let's just get out there and see what we can do. As always, I'm going to build up to this one. Isn't it amazing when you watch the video? So easy. And then when you jump into it, suddenly, oh, the car's sliding, it's understeering, it's oversteering. How on earth did he get through that corner so quickly? How did he make it look that easy? I'm just the same as all you guys. I feel exactly the same when these sorts of things happen. Like that, understeering into the corner. And you can see it's really jumping that corner. Now that is not how to take that corner. That was a full-on slide. This ghost, has Tidgley done a ghost? because I do like following Teach Me Ghost. I had to say I was following that one all last week. Although, Greg, I could well be following yours this week if you've released one. It might have been a good slide, it might have been entertaining, but it's no good as far as time is concerned. That is not what we want to be doing. You all loved it, I hated it. That's not what I want to be doing. Oh, and there we go. That's what happens if you hit that hard. Engine, the whole shebang, gone. Ooh. I hate this on hard tyres. I don't know what PD's fascination is with the Daily Race B and hard tyres. This would be so much nicer on mediums. There's got to be a reason for it, but I don't know what that reason is. I've got to open that up a bit more in this car. Yes, I could well decide to try the Genesis at some point. That was trying to follow his wheel marks and I still caught the inside. He is millimetre perfect going through there. Absolutely millimetre perfect. It's insane how close he is to the wall, he or she is to the walls. That's my damage cleaned up. Just caught the curb there a little bit. Just because the fastest guys are using the GTR doesn't mean to say that I'm going to be quickest in the GTR. So playing it safe there with a little downshift. So I may well try the Genesis. Although, as I said, everybody's using the GTR at the moment, so that does look like that is going to be the car of choice to use. Now, the other thing I should point out is this has been a track that a number of my friends, not just my friends at PSR, but also friends in real life, can absolutely nail this track. They're really, really good on it. I've never been able to be good on this track. So this is again one that I would absolutely love to try and nail this week if we can. There's some guys I used to race with, Kushti, and they were absolutely unbelievable around here. Jonathan used to do this on a controller. He was unbelievable. This was like their go-to track when we used to race, and I kid you not, they used to leave me 4 or 5 seconds a lap behind. Now obviously I am a little bit quicker than that now, but I'd love to be able to get onto a half decent lap and get some consistency around here. Put that inside again. I'm looking at the ghost car and it's so tight. Yeah, there's a lot of people do race on it all day, all day, all day. It's a very, very popular race. I think sometimes I did wonder whether this one would come out, because very often I've noticed that PD will bring this one out after a grotty week. And it's almost like, okay, yeah, we've not had a great week of daily races. Let's put Trail Seaside in and get everybody back into the daily races again. So I'm not surprised. I thought that it might have been daily race C with a bit of strategy. So I'm surprised to see it back as a daily race B with hard tyres again. But it is what it is. And obviously Spa is a very popular choice. So I think that this combo is a very safe combo for PD, if I'm honest. And I think last week was an interesting one, especially with the enhanced the enhanced slipstream, which caused quite a lot of bumping and grinding last week. We've certainly got to put some time and effort into this one to get this time down. 1:47 is so far off the pace. I think I'd have B rank racers running rings round there, and I've C rank racers beating me. Trying to get through there without hitting either of the curbs in this car is so hard. Those of you that do follow me will know that I am what's referred to as a progressive racer. I don't just jump into a car on a combo and just nail it. It takes me a good number of laps to get half decent at a track. So this looks like it's going to be one of those where I'm going to need to do that. I'm going to go back to the other view. The other thing that I'm going to do just for the minute, I am going to ditch that. I am going to take somebody's, who I don't know who said that, Tijni. I'm going to see if Tijni's got a he's got a time, a video, a replay up. There he is, YouTube Tijni, so we can grab him, load that ghost. Let's just go out on that one and see what we can do. again, the chicane, I don't tend to straight line, which is something I've got to learn to do. Okay, in this car, you've got to jump that curb. Either that or you've got to go deeper into that corner. A little bit more of a feel for the way through there. Again, I had a little bit of a lift through there, so you can see how Tidgney is just pulling away through here with that lift. And he is using this little trick through there. You have got to time it dead right. You can get it quite right there. And a little lift there. See how much that lift is costing me. Way too much time. We didn't hook up the apex there very well, although we're blue. I don't personally like getting out on the red there because I tend to find that I can very often drop the car. So Tidgney's getting out there a little bit wider than me. You can see my delta is red and blue, red and blue, red and blue. That all wrong with the ghost car in the way. Good evening, Unfazed. Ugh. This is horrible. We might actually jump into the Genesis in a moment. I might just jump into the Genesis, just for science. I don't feel as if I've had a good lap in this car yet. And that's what I would normally like to try and do, is get a good lap in a car and then move on to another one. But sometimes I find, and this isn't the same for everybody, But for me, if I'm not hooking it up with a car and feeling it with a car, sometimes that tells me that this is not the car for me. I have raced the Genesis before, so it's not something that I'm overly scared of. It's not in general a problem car for me. Very, very difficult to go through there with the Ghost. You can't see the corners. I think this is one of those where I'm going to have to turn the Ghost off and go for it, which will be a bit of a pain. Either that, or I'm going to have to not reset the Ghost. Really, I need to open the window because it's very warm in here already. Oh, but I'm not really feeling that car. I am not really feeling that car at all, if I'm perfectly honest. We'll just see what we'll do. So the optimal is a 146.7. So it's only a tenth quicker than we got. Let's just exit out there and try. Did someone say Lambo? I don't know. There's no swearing in here, my friend. This should be a complete and utter disaster, if I'm perfectly honest. Wrong one. This should be a complete disaster. I should be so slow in this now. Right, let's go into the ranking board. We'll pick up Tidgney. I do like running behind Tidgney. He's very quick, so don't take what I'm about to say the wrong way, but his driving style suits me. Why was that not 0.3 already? His driving style suits me. I've found that before, as does Rory. I had a week of chasing Rory, but also Greg. You'll know I also very, very often will be chasing Greg. Their driving styles really suit my driving style. And if you can find a Ghost that you're happy in chasing, sometimes again that can just give you an extra few tenths, because the confidence just goes up ever so slightly. I always wonder if one day I'll jump into a car and suddenly I'll find something that is a second faster than everybody else, and suddenly for a moment in time I hit the top of the timing charts. I can but dream. I have learned over the years that there is no arguing with the OP car. And there are so many people out there that know the type of car for the type of track. Just caught the wall on the way out. It's got to be neater and tidier through there. More committed on the first part of the exit, so the middle of the chicane through there. that's a 1:47.7. We've got to find a second. So we'll do a few laps in this car. Just see how we go. Didn't want to grip at all through there. So much better over the curbs. Just hooked the inside of the curb, which effectively stabbed the brake. It like slowed the car just as it got dug in on the curb. I did say I don't like getting onto the red bit there. GTR does feel a little bit more grippy, I'm not going to lie. Its Genesis just seems to sort of want to slide on these tyres a little bit more. I sort of feel like I'm waiting a moment before I can get back on the accelerator. More than I did with the GTR. I don't want to say this. I think the GTR is be the car of choice. Just get one good lap. On the way out again. may well need to do some chicane of death practice, if I'm honest. I just want one good lap to see what the times are like. I know Christy always used to say to me, don't mess around with other cars. There's a reason why there's an OP car. Go with it. Learned a trick with the depth chicane, which makes it a lot more consistent at higher speeds. That trick is don't crash. Just either hitting on the way out or on the way through. Well, the trick is to commit to the right wall early and commit to the turn. That's a lad going well, got a great time there. 100 and something in the world. 110 in the world. 143.5. I bet that's in the GTR. Can't help but say I think the GTR is the car to be in. So 148.2 or 148.4. Haven't really had a good lap yet. It's just bounces on the way through there too much. I don't think that is the car for this one. Yeah, have to be in the lobbies I'm in. Every car is a GTR. Yeah, everybody's in the GTR. I think the GTR is the only car. That one really, I'd love it to have been the Genesis, but I think that it's a bit too bouncy. You've got to lay it through some of these curbs, and for me, I couldn't quite hook it up on the curb well enough. Just couldn't quite get it. Now, you know, that might come. I don't know. Let's just see, has Greg done a... Of course he has. A 145.5. So I can come back to that a little bit later on. That would get me just over a second faster. We're in 5th of our friends at the moment, but I don't feel that I've had a really good run yet. I feel that there's an awful lot more that I can find. have the confidence to stay on the power there. Should have done. Yes, we did it. It's only taken half an hour, but we actually got through the chicane of death without crashing. On 46,999. Again, didn't have the confidence through there. How much time you lose when you lift through there. And in a race, somebody that can go through there consistently will just come flying past you at a great rate of knots and eat you up. Yeah. As I said before, this is one that is one of my nemesis tracks. Now, Brands Hatch was for the longest time. Brands Hatch was one that I shied away from forever. I then had a week where I needed to do it, like this week, and I've come to love it. I would dearly love to do the same with this track. Dearly love to do the same with this one. It's just going to mean work, 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 hard work. Probably unlike now where I'm trying every single corner. What I need to do is to just work on one corner, one corner, one corner at a time. First corner, of course, being that dreaded chicane of death, where so much time can be won or lost. Got a slide midway through the corner. It's lost me a bit of time. You can see the ghost car going away. We did keep it out the wall, but only through throwing that steering wheel over. A humongous slide. We also need to slow down a little bit more into that last corner so I can get on the accelerator faster and carry more speed all the way through here. So at 146.554. We're red again. Still red. They don't call it the chicane of death for nothing. So 146.554. Can we get that damage to clean up? We're running out of time. We have got 3 minutes. And we're scheduled to head off into the lobby races. So I was hoping to try and get closer to a 145, if I'm honest. Alas, I think we've left that a little bit too late now. As always, later on, we lost way too much time there. Way too much time. Come on. Come on. Where are we? See me getting my fan out in a minute. It's getting really hot in here and there's no air movement through that open window. It's feeling like a sauna in here right now. A little bit of understeer there, scrubbing the front tyres through that corner. Another small lift. I'm not sure whether to come out these corners in second or third. I know that when I watched the ghost car earlier, it was going in second, coming out in third. Fifth is a nice gear change there. Again on this one. Down to third. Sorry, down to second, out in third. It just seems to sort of like bog down a little bit and the ghost car runs away slightly, not too much. Go over onto that curb, sweep across. Not committed enough. Got to work on that chicane more. I know the theory. Get over onto the curb on the far right hand side midway through the chicane of death. Aim for the orange bit. Get it straight. Aim for the next orange bit. I miss them both. There are people that go through there with military position muscle memory. I'm envious. I don't have that muscle memory. As you can see, sometimes I get through, sometimes I don't. And of course, that is going to be the difference in this one. We'll be getting through there in one piece and not getting killed, or being killed by going through there too slowly and then having a faster car coming through behind you that's not expecting you to be going slow. Again, that I've found can be a bit of an issue for me sometimes if I'm a bit too cautious. Admittedly, the guy behind shouldn't bump into you. It's their responsibility not to hit you, but on the same token, you can't go through there too slowly. Otherwise, it isn't fair on the guy behind that thinks you should be going through there flat. You can just see, look how much time you can make by getting through there in one piece. Nice and early. Can I sneak out one more? Let's just try and sneak out one more before we open up the lobbies. Come on, stay blue. It's gone red. It's blue. Now red. It's now red. Have we found our natural ability time? We need to build on. Was that not blue? How was that not blue? And 146. So 146.593 and one on 146.554 currently. So it looks like we've hit our, what I refer to as my natural ability time, the one that I would do when I'm driving how I drive. Now to get that lower, I need to like step up and out my comfort zone and push me harder. As you can see there, lap one, if only I could have done a 36.8 for there, that would have been quite nice. But there we go. The optimal lap time of 146.4. So 146.437. So 146.437. That would put me just above Grenster into 4th place. With some very, very quick people above me. In fact, all of those guys above me are quick. Where's that put me in the world? 1012 at this point. That will drop massively overnight, but that is where it puts me at the moment. We'll see what happens. We might try a couple of races later on, but I have got to work a lot harder on that chicane of death. Really do not think that we are in a position to race consistently at the moment and quickly through there. So in a race, I'll be slightly slower, but I've got to get the confidence, get the line more. Now, for those of you that were watching, on the way in, it's fine. You've got to get it over onto the right-hand side where you've got that small bit of curb. At the beginning of the curb, you want to start to come across looking for the orange bit on the left-hand side. Skim that. Look for the orange bit on the right-hand side. Skim that and miss the wall. If you can thread it through there like that, you're golden. If you can't, you're in trouble. It really is that easy. Right, I hope that you will excuse me just for a second, because I'm just going to go and set up my fan, because it is very, very warm in here right now, and I just want to try and get some of the air moving. The car that we're running first of all, I haven't made a note of. Let me just dive into the race settings, which are in Discord. They're also in the descriptions video. Jaguar F-Type for this one. We're looking for the Jaguar. Go manufacturer. Jaguar, there is only one. And I believe on this one we're going with the hard racing tyres. So let's just dive into there. It looks like Greg is... Let's just go on board with Greg. One of the nicest liveries that I have seen. Do want to rob this one if it is available. I'm just going to open my window a little bit more. And oh. Let's get this plugged in. Get some air in here. Fortunately, I am completely cocooned by screens and all sorts of stuff now, so the air doesn't actually waft over me, it's wafting over the laptop. But if it just gets the air moving in here a bit, then that will be good. Let's just change the view. I do love this livery of Greg's. It really is rather nice. Unfazed, no, not yet. I haven't looked to see who's in yet. We've got Greg White, Ollie, Alusa, I'm working on Grenster, me, Hulky, Jonesy, Rita, Borky, Unfaced and Drac Fury. Good evening, Rita. Granson said, just remember it's day one. It will get better over the week if you invest into it per se. I'm hoping to. Really am hoping to. Borky, good evening to you as well. Sorry I didn't say hello to a few of you whilst we were doing a few laps there. Maybe let's talk him while doing it. Exactly. Good evening, Jonesy. Wacky to Backy, good evening as well. Right, let me just pull up the registration people. Okay, Lucia has left the room. Good evening, Vic. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I wish Lucy would contact me about the form. I haven't received any notification. I will try and reach out in the chat later on. Let me just put you on to view a couple of people. Just while I'm doing this, I need to go and grab a pen. So we're just on board with Grenster at the moment. Oh. Okay, so it is LUESU 1965. Oh, Lucy's in the thing. Bear with me a second. Let me just put you back on spectate. are we? As always, admin to be done first up. Let's get the qualifier at, well, I'm going to go qualify ASAP. So in other words, just in a moment. All right, Lucy, back in. I've also got one in from Libiath, who doesn't have Discord yet. So that's Richie, but I haven't processed that one yet because that has literally just come in a short while ago. But you will need Discord, I am afraid, before we can get you sorted out. So Richie, if you are listening, please hook yourself up on Discord, but I will get back to you shortly on that. Right, let's get going. Is Lucy back in? Right, I'm just waiting for Lucy to join. Is Borky coming back in? I don't know if Borky's on the chat with you guys. Is Borky coming back in? Do we know? Looks like we might have a slightly late start on this one, with a lot of stuff that's going on. Okay, good. That's Lucy coming back in. And Borky's back in. Good, good, good. Once these two guys are back in, we'll get going. We will get going. Okie dokie. Right. Are we all ready? I hope we are. We have got in here 13 runners: Mad Hatter, Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Richard, Lusu, Grenster, myself, Drat Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Rita and Borky. Let's get this one underway and we'll see how we go. I think everybody's in the F-Type GT. I didn't check, but yes, everybody's in the right car. Wow, it's all going well. Ollie's using his new gloves tonight. I hope I'm faster. Well, I'm not going to say anything to that. Oh, I've got my headphone wire in the way. Not using the headphones again tonight. Hopefully the audio and video is good for you guys. So what we're running tonight, my friends, is a new little run of 32 races, 8 evenings I planned out. I basically went on to ChatGPT and I said, give me the top GR4, GR3, GR2 and GR1 race combos. It went and searched the internet, it came back with these races, and 1 or 2 of the cars I had to swap out because they were duplicated. So I just did a randomise on those cars that were duplicates. And we've got 32 awesome races set up. Now I was planning on doing them on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday dropping into public, which is general GR races, and then Friday, our Friday special. But it looks like there's a small possibility, because Hulkey's championship bumps with Speedies, that Hulkey might be moving his Atenza championship to Wednesday. If he does, then I will be joining that one as well as John's, which means we'll flip the schedule a little bit, so it'll be Monday and Tuesday that we'll be doing these. Wednesday will be with Hulkey, Thursday we'll be doing public, and then Friday we'll be doing Speedy B, John 1 week, and then a Friday night special the next, back with John, and then Friday night special, because we're going to alternate those 4 races. I think Hulkey's doing 5 or 6 races. All of the information about those 2 championships, points paying championships, yes, I don't normally do those, so it'll be quite interesting to see what happens. Details of all of those are in the PSR Discord. So if you're interested and you want to get yourself registered up, then please dive in there. And John is hoping to get 32 runners, and we run it over 2 lobbies. At the moment, Hulkey is on a single lobby, which he's going to host, and I'm going to join if it's on a Wednesday. If it's on a Friday, I've committed to John, and I will not change. Once I've committed to somebody, I stick to my word. And I have spoken to Hulkey, as is Borky. We're both in, no, Sir Matt, I think it is, who's also committed. I'm getting my people muddled up again. I'm going to get into trouble. There's a couple of us that signed up with John that are bumping, so if it does change over, then we'll be doing that one as well. So Hulkey's doing his on his own stream, and if I can be involved, will act as a backup. But hey, if we go over 16 runners on both Hulkey's as well, that'll be interesting to see what Hulkey decides to do. Could we open it up over 2 lobbies as well? Who knows? Who knows? A lot of people asking me about the forms and how many I've had back. Been in it whilst I'm talking again. Not concentrating enough. 2 cars coming around. Another one. Let's get out of the way. I think we're clear of anybody now. Just over 50 forms have been returned, and obviously a few of those have been switched because of incomplete bits and pieces, and of course one from one of our friends. I'm not going to say any more than that, but we think we've got over 40 people now that are actively registered and set up in the Discord as registered racers. So really good return as far as I was concerned. And the nice thing from my point of view is everybody now knows what the rules are. They know what's expected of them. They know where to find the information, how things work, how to submit any racing incidents that they might have, or how to deal with them on track. All of this sort of stuff is covered in we call it an agreement, but it's only that people are agreeing to those rules more than anything else, so that we're all on the same page and we all know what we're doing. There's nothing any sort of more onerous than that, but it's all starting to go in the right direction, and I think that we've got the respectfulness back, we've got the close racing back that we all wanted, and I certainly seem to be doing a lot less happening away from the stream in the evening, whereas I was doing 3 or 4 hours of admin at one point, and it was unsustainable. I just couldn't keep up with that, and that was the main driver. Initially we were saying it was for a different reason. That was because I wanted to learn a few things about a certain individual, which we've learnt, and the main reason was just to get the admin down from my side and make sure that everybody knew what they would be doing, that people were ready to race in the right car, they knew what they were doing. I had so many people, oh, well, can I race in this car? No, you need to be racing in the right car. Now we're all prepared. From my point of view, I think it's working quite well. Yeah, occasionally we get a bit of a slow start like tonight. That's fine. What I have got to do is get in the habit of pushing people away and saying just email me overnight. But I quite like giving people a free evening to come and race with us and see how we roll, what the racing's like. Because I, for one, are proud of the way that we race at PXR. I know there's a few people out there that don't like what happened and the way that I went about things. And yes, I've seen some of the chat online recently, but there we go. It is what it is. I can't help that. We lost a few good people along the way, and we're getting a few of those people back, which is rather nice. So there we go. So 8th at the moment. Is that going to change? We've got Mad Hatter and Lucy are going to be quick coming through from the back. So guys, if you are coming back through from the back, please be extra careful as you are coming through. As per the rules, it's in the rules. I don't mind people starting at the back or pulling over at the beginning to drop to the back, so long as they are extra careful on coming through, because a lot of people felt very intimidated when the faster racers were coming through from the back, and they felt that they couldn't race, that they had to jump out of the way, which is not what the faster racers want. They want the challenge of coming through, but also I don't want the slower racers, me included, to be overly intimidated by the quick ones coming through. So again, this is all the expectations that are in the rules now. So Richard Sauce is our leader at the moment, just ahead of Grenster. And Ollie's is really tight at the top again. Ollie, Greg White, unfazed. I mean, look at that. You've got, what, 0.3 of a second splitting the top 5 places. This is how close some of these races are. And then we've got Hulky, Drac Fury, myself, Jonesy, Borky, and then we've got Mad Hatter, Lucy and Rita at the back who've not set their times. There's some quick guys at the back. So let's get this one underway, and I'll just repeat, if you are at the back and you're quick, please just be careful how you're coming through. And the guys at the front, well, have yourselves a crackingly good race, because it is close at the front, very close on times, but there's a couple of very quick guys at the back that are going to come through. Can they catch you? Can they do anything? Those of us in the middle, can we defend? Can we keep our spots? Who knows? Who knows? Good luck, everybody. We all know the rules. If you do bump somebody and you destroy somebody's race, whether it's by accident or otherwise, please just give the place back, a wave of apology on the track, and then use the YouTube chat afterwards to just say sorry and explain what happened. And on the whole, when we do that, most people seem to stay friends and we're all good. Right, Mitchell, you can't win it into the first corner. Whoa, that's me crashing already in a GR4. How on earth did I break traction in a GR4? Have I got my traction control on or off? It's off. But then we shouldn't need it. Okay, we are in a catch-up phase now. Big old group of cars just down the bottom there. We can still see as they're going around the corner. I think we might be able to catch a few at the back markers, so we'll keep on running, keep going. We're just going to have to be fully committed here. Laps this one. We might be able to catch them, I'm not so sure. Still 4.5 behind. Be confident, be quick through here. We've got it down to 3 seconds. Overcooked that a little bit in our eagerness to catch up. There's a fine line between braking late and late braking. I think I covered that one off last week, so we won't go back there again. We've got a car off the road there. Jonesy just joining. Thank you for the rejoin. Careful rejoin, Jonesy. Appreciate that. Definitely got a bit of a breakaway at the front at the moment. I want to catch up with Borky and Holky and to the guys I'm often racing with, having some great wheel-on-wheel battles. Borky getting used to his wheel at the moment. He's had a wheel, struggled with it, had some problems, got those sorted out, so he was back onto the controller and then on the wheel, then on the controller. I think he's back on the wheel proper now. He'll correct me in the chat, no doubt, in a minute if I'm wrong. Certainly seems to have got to grips with that wheel and nearly dropped it there to come off the gas again. Holky has just got really quick and consistent. I've got to really work to get back on terms with Holky. We're 5 seconds off the back of these guys. We're down to 1.5-ish. That's the accountant in me talking. It's actually 1.7.5. Overcook it, Mitchell. Heads up. Second at the moment. Holky's got past Lucy. Bit scrappy from me through there. Lovely little battle going on. Holky's deep into at the moment. He's going for a move down the inside into this tight right-hander. I think he's got it made a ton as well. That would be a cool move if he did. He did. Lovely move. Holky is the guy on the move in the middle of the pack at the moment. I'm not quite sure how things are panning out at the front. We've got Greg White, Richard Sorton, Grenster up front, I'll remind you that the qualifying times up the front were really, really close. That could translate into a very close race. Oh, I'm in the gravel. Jonesy's just in catch-up mode after going off. We've got the 3 cars in front of Borky that are really in a battle. Borky seems to be closing up on those at the moment. I need to get back on terms. I've dropped back to 2.5 seconds, so dropped half a second in that lap while I was talking. Let's just shut up and see what we can do. See if we can back into this one and work with Borky. See if we can close in the last 3 laps of this one. Three cars in front of Borky still in the battle. Borky in the police car throwing up a little bit of dirt there. A little bit of a push. Just need to be careful how much. I don't want to push him too much into this chicane, so we'll just back off now. Just follow the wind through. Unsighted on the chicane a little bit there. Dropped it there in Borky's slipstream. That's going to mean him dropping back slightly. Go Borky. I'm not sure whether that was me or Borky. I thought I was up the inside, then I thought I was straightening him up, but I see he went round off the back of me, so I'm not sure whether that was the two of us coming together and it was me, so I just gave the place back there and resumed the battle. I mean, after all, could want to get into trouble with the police during the first race of the evening. So he spits a few stones out at me. Right, Borky's turn to chase me for a while. Right there. The tables have turned. I was a second and a half behind for a while. He's now a second and a half behind me. Can he close the gap? Whoa, probably if I do that. A little bit too wide into that corner. Oh, and it dropped it. So did Borky. So run to the line. Borky, I'm sorry if I caught you on that. I don't think I did, but if I did, I apologise. But we did the right thing. We backed out, gave the pace back, and just had a race together. I was sorry to see Jonesy off to one side as well in that one. We'll share the replay. Let's just get this shared. And that is the first one of the night. We're going to be heading off into a GR3 race next. Where are we off to next? Dragon Trail Gardens in the VW Beetle. Oh, this one's going to be a Drag Fury. Oh, Jonesy was too early on the gas, caused his. I had the same problem. Borky says, no worries, Mitchell. I think it was more me than you. I felt the Borky was going around. I thought, well, I can just straighten him up. As I straightened it up, I seemed to just turned him around. So I did the right thing. Hatter lad, not feeling best, mate. We'll catch you again soon. No worries. Get well soon, Hatters. Look after yourself. There's a lot of horrible stuff going around at the moment. Greg White was your winner in that one with a 2:06.6. Richard Sauce in second with a 2:06.9, just 1.6 behind. Mad Hatter in third, not feeling well, still got a fastest lap of 2:06.2, and third place going well. Grandster fourth, Ollie fifth, Unfazed in sixth, Drag Fury with a 1 second penalty in seventh, which I think demoted him from sixth to seventh. Hulky in 8th, Rita in 9th, Lusu in 10th, Jonesy 11th, Borky 12th, and I got 13th. But your top three to start with, Greg White, Richard Sauce and Mad Hatter. But it's more about the battle through the field than the actual winners in my book. Now, watch very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. There's a certain young man that trundles round in his little van all day long, working hard, working the beat, dropping off parcels. He's going to be jumping into the VW Beetle, and he is going to be driving that so fast you won't see him drop the parcels, because they will be flying out the door as he is flying around this track. Yes, it is drag fury in, I would imagine, the VW Beetle. Well, he's going to be in the VW Beetle because I have said it's going to be the VW Beetle, and I forgot to change the car. Let's change the car. It does help, doesn't it? That really does help. You'll see how often I run the Beetle, because it's probably right down the bottom here somewhere. Where is it? Where's the Beetle? There it is. There it is. Doesn't come out to play very often. We're going to be on medium tyres for this one. So yes, this is going to be Drag Fury's territory. Which of the chocolate sponsored cars is he going to be coming out in to play tonight? What do you reckon? Will it be the Boost? Will it be the Twix? I'm trying to think which ones he's got now. I can't think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's going to be in the Twixmobile. He is in the Twixmobile. Right, okay. Unfazed just opposing to Jonesy if he tapped him there. And Jonesy's confirming, nope, I gassed it to avoid you and sent it back round. So thank you guys for sorting it out. But see, this is what I love about this. I know people say, oh, it's very, it's very utopian and it's very childish. But I like the way that people can have close battles, issues can happen, and then it just gets sorted out in chat. Everything all settles down, and then we get back into the next race. It's not that anybody's got something in their mind festering that I was bumped off the track, or this happened, or that happened. We can get it sorted out, address it, apologise like grown-ups, jump into the next race, and then go wheel to wheel with that person again. That's what I love. That is what I love. Home Hatters is feeling a bit better. Coda is a lot better today. He still needs to be needs a little bit better. Still got, just he still needs to get a little bit better. Is what the words I'm trying to get out. But certainly better for those of you that have been asking. I really appreciate it, and a lot of people showing concern, and that's so nice. I really do appreciate that. Wow, we got 30 people. Oh, well, I said we have 30. We now just dropped to 28 as soon as I said that. But we did have 30 people watching. If you haven't already, please smack the like button. Who have we got on board? We've got like and subscribe. I don't say that often enough, and I really should do. I hate that term. I hate that. We have got Grenster in the purple car. Richard in the lime green. Drag Fury in the Twixmobile, as I said. He is going to be one to watch without doubt. Borky in the black and gold car. It's a nice livery, actually, that one. Ollie in the pink Barbie mobile. Oh no, it started already. And I'm already 1-0 down already. Rita is in a yellow and red car. With the mouse on the back. She told us on Friday what the mouse is all about, and I'm seeing the mouse now. This is the TCSRL livery. She is the race director for TCSRL, and if you are interested in joining a respectful league race, a championship type thing with a big league and everything, then Rita is your lady. Go and talk to her. Hulky in team green. Unfazed in Rotiform white. Then we got Lustu in a ladybird. That's cool, isn't it, for a bug? A ladybug if you're American, a ladybird if you are US. But all ladybugs, just put it into the wall. And we've got Jonesy is Herbie, and I'm in the pits, and Greg White is in the green, red and blue car. Right, let's just have a little look and see. We're at 2150. We are at We have got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Richard, Lusu, Grenster, me, Drat Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Regis St. James, Borky. I am going to very quickly dive into my settings. I am going to turn my traction control on to 1 and we are going to get the qualifying underway. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Jones is just saying, better than a league I tried on Friday. That was more like a daily before I joined you lot on Friday night. Oh, that's bad to hear. You'd hope that leagues would be good. P401, good evening. A good evening to you. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. And I hope that you are enjoying the channel. Let's get out there. We are on the racing medium tyres. As I said, Mr. Fury is the one to watch. I was hoping that he might have come out in front of me. Alas, he didn't. Let's just see how we go in this one. Haven't done any practice while I was just sorting a few bits and pieces out. Right, we are on a qualifier, so we are going to need to find some base to run in. And the Beetle is a car that I have been notoriously bad in. It's really weird. When I was looking at this top combo thing that ChatGPT threw up, it's just like, oh, I don't like that car, oh, don't like that track, oh, don't like that combo. Just like somebody had actually pushed a button that said all of the track combos that Mitchell Morgan doesn't like, throw out. But I am not afraid of a challenge, and I actually quite like that because it's getting me out of my comfort zone, making me work harder, making me try harder. Something I actually quite like, which is a bit what the daily's like for me this week, because you know, I'm not great around Seaside, and it's going to make me work hard and try hard. P401, thank you for the 5 gifted, my friend. I can't throw you up a beer at the moment, but anybody out there that is able to, if you could throw up a beer, that would be absolutely great, by way of a thank you. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's very, very generous, and whoa, I appreciate you, my friend. Come on, there we go. Oh, Never Quit got one, and Richard Saucer's got one. Ingrid, Billy and Scooby. Whoa. Stop looking at the chat, Mitchell. That's it. He's done that to scupper my qualifying. No, he hasn't. I lied. No, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate that. Here comes the man I told you to watch, and I've just seen that Rita's put me a little hi Mitch up on there. I'm not quite sure what that is about. I can't read it for the moment. Let me have a very quick look when I can. Did I know my ABS is set to week? Yes, I did. I've had my ABS on week for the longest time. I don't know whether it should be on week or standard. Obviously, I don't want it on off. Mad Max, be a man and prohibit all assists. I don't know that I can prohibit all assists. It's like when I watch a lot of people, they have like the brake assist on, but I don't know that I can turn that off. Maybe I can. Maybe I just need to have a little look. Woo! Oh no, it's not. It wasn't Rita. It was Jono. Rita, I'm sorry. I'm used to you being pink. I looked at the colour because you're normally the only pink one, and it wasn't. It was Jono. Welcome, Jono. Let me just see if I can get this qualifying done. I'll catch up on the chat because I'm all over the place on the chat. I can't qualify and read the chat at the same time around here. There's not a long enough straight. So forgive me, Rita. Sorry. That was just my way of trying to put you off so I could get a better lap time than you. That's what it is. I've been rumbled. Whoa! Right, we're not going to get around, so let's just jump out of there. Where are we? So P401, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Gone to Never Quit, Richard Source, Ingvi, Billy, and Scooby. They were the recipients, so thank you for that. Mad Max, be a real man and prohibit all assist, only allow ABS. I'll have to have a look and see if that's possible, but that will really upset a lot of people if I turn anything off from what we've normally got. It was Jono that said, hi Mitch and chat, did you realise your ABS is set to weak? Yes, I did. I normally run it with weak. Don't know whether it should be on normal. I just really don't know. Rita said, I didn't say anything, Mitch. You're right, you didn't. I'm just so used to you, young lady, being the only one with a pink circle, and whenever I see a pink one, I know it's you. So Jono coming in there with a pink one has completely thrown me, but there we go. Drac Fury says, oh, you can. And Richard's just thanking P401 for the gifted membership. Richard, you should throw up, if you dive into the icons now, you should be able to throw up a beer for our friend P401. I'm going to throw him up 4 beers. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. I know a lot of tubers, they want all these gifted memberships and super chats and stuff. It's really nice when it happens, and I do appreciate it, but I appreciate you guys racing with us more. That's what I'm really out to do, is enjoy myself. Now, am I getting some bugs in with the window open? I might actually have to close that window because I've just had 2 bugs hit the TV screen, and I know that is going to drive me cream crackers if I get little bugs on the TV screen. It's one of my pet hates. So we'll shut the window. We've got the fan running. So hopefully that will keep it a little bit cooler in here. Right. Okay. So where are we? It looks like at the moment that we got 47 seconds to run. But Greg White is in first place at the moment, and Grenster, Richard Source, Hulky, Unfazed, Lusu, Ollie, Jonesy, Trap Fury, Rita Borky, and I am last. Basically, well, didn't really get a good enough run with everything that was going on. Trap Fury saying I should invest in a mosquito net. Mad Max has now joined the party. Oh, my friends, you don't need to do this, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. Your generosity is really appreciated. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate that. So thank you to Max for 5 gifted memberships. RL250 has got one of those. 4SGT that races with us from time to time has got one. Mr. Hogg, haven't seen Mr. Hogg for a few days. Bullet or Prayer, and Dan Carrington has got one. So thank you. Dan is running with us a little bit at the moment as well, which is really good. And Unfazed says it's not 2 bugs on your screen, it's 12 Beetles. Oh man, that's so good. That's so good. You're dead right. You are dead right, my friend. Dead right. And I apologise for all the weird sounds that have just gone off. I know a few of you have said, please get rid of the sounds. It is something I've got to do, and I still haven't had a chance to do it. I will get those sounds taken off as soon as I can. Greg White is going to lead us away, following Granster, then Richard Source, Hulky, Unfazed, Lusu, Ollie, Jonesy, Drac Fury 9th, Rita 10th, Borky 11th, and I'm 12th. I am very surprised, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, to see Drac Fury in 9th. I have a funny feeling you could see that Beetle, that bug, coming through. Let's see how it goes. Let's get this one underway. 6 laps around here. We are a little bit behind time, but let's get into this one and see what we can do. Again, I am so off the pace with this one. I didn't get a lap time come together. Lots of admin going on, lots of things going on, lots of brilliant things going on. Look at that. 10 gifted memberships in one night. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right, let me concentrate on what we're doing. Borky beat me. I'm out to beat Borky this time, right? No sandbagging. I'm going for it. Well, I'd say I'm going to go for it. I've got a terrible start. Reflexes of a block there. Sloth, close, however you want to pronounce it. Right, we're not going to win into this corner, so just take it easy, Mitchell. We still find ourselves behind Borky. Whoa, big old slide there. That's going to let Rita through. We're looking at the mouse again. He's sitting there with his arm. We're standing there with his arms folded with a little smirk on his face. My lady's in front of you again, he's saying. Got a yellow flag up, got an overtake, and then we're going to get the green back. We've gone green yet. Whoa! Rita, keep going, that was me. That was me, don't slow down. I don't know why, but these cars just seem to want to swap ends on me tonight. We've got to really go for it to try and catch up. 6-7 seconds behind. Off the back of the pack now, you can see them just going around that top corner. We have got clean air, so we can absolutely rock and roll. Once again, Morgan finds himself in recovery mode. Beetle really sketchy. I'm not quite sure why Rita's apologising. It was not her fault, it was me. It was my issue. But Rita, I don't know if you're listening, but if you are, that was all on me. I caught the back of your car and put myself around. It was not on you at all. We've lost unfazed for some reason. know that Dan and Unfazed have both had some technical issues with their PS5s. Discussions that Unfazed had to clean his out as well. Unfazed just got kicked. Why do people get kicked out of these lobbies? I did not kick you, I promise, my friend, and I would not kick anybody without telling them anyway. And you guys all know that. Why did you get kicked? Are you able to get back in? Gamer Dan has had enough of it too, Unfazed. I'm in a fight with Borky again. 2.7 seconds down the road. Oh, a bit too deep, a bit too wide. The New Era, good evening. Tuned in, Mitch. Can't read the rest for the moment. I mean, a long straight. Just trying to catch Borky at the moment. Need to be quick on the gas, but no, too quick. Got to slide. Really enjoy Friday. Not involved tonight. I still need to submit the email. Hopefully back in soon. It'd be good to have you back, my friend. Friday was a good night. Enjoyed it very, very much. The old numbers are coming up. I think we're going to get back to nights when we're full again over the coming weeks. It's taken a while, but we're certainly getting back there. Right, come on. We've got just over a lap and a half to close down Borky. Busy, and I'm on 2 tracks so far, which has been really hard to watch the chat. So I apologise because I am getting behind with the chat. Borky's showing me up too many times recently. Oh, don't lose it, my friend. Oh no, he's dropped it. Commentator's curse strikes again. Wow, the other guys are miles ahead. 12 seconds down the road. Rita and Borky are in a battle together. Everybody up the front are all together having a stonking battle. Good, Unfazed is back in, so that wasn't a kick. That was a technical glitch. If it was a kick, you wouldn't have been able to get back in, but still not good. People are getting dropped out these races. those guys way up front. Not sure why we were so far behind. I don't recall spinning. Some of those guys just way out front. Look, 20 seconds. Richard Source out front. 0.3 to Grenster. That's how tight that was on the line. And Greg White, 0.9. So less than 1 second covering the top 3 runners in that one. This is how close we've started to get this racing. What I've got to do now is work on getting my consistency and my speed so I can get back up there with those front runners. We were way too far back, showing that we are just too slow whilst trying to race and stream. For anybody that does race and stream, you'll realize that it isn't as easy as it looks. People think, hey, why can't you just, you know, get on and race hard? When you are streaming and you're watching what's going on and you're watching the chat and OBS and everything else that's going on, surprising how little brain power you've got for racing. But come on, speed up a little bit. Woo! But new era, I'm really pleased that you enjoyed Friday. Very pleased that you enjoyed that one. Can't even remember what we were doing on Friday. Oh, that we were just running your races, weren't we? Yeah, we were just running what you guys had suggested. This Friday, I haven't got anything planned. I'm probably going to do a single make this Friday, unless somebody jumps in and wants to do a takeover. And then the following Friday, I think we're starting the Speedy B championship. But also Hulky is planning a championship as well, which is bumps with Speedy. So he's thinking about maybe doing that on the Wednesday. If he does, we'll be doing 2 championships, just mini ones, mini championships, which will be absolutely fantastic. All the details of those are in the Discord. Please jump in and check those out. One is the Kangoo Cup and the other is the Atenza BTCC, and Hulky's doing deliveries for that one and teaming people up. It's going to be a blinder, and unfortunately I can't be in it because I'm committed to John, so I've sort of got my fingers crossed he might change. Anyway, back to what we should be doing. Richard Source was your winner with a 133.6, 0.383 ahead of Grenster, who got a 133.6. The fastest lap fell to Greg White in third with a 132.8. The only one in the 132s that I can see there. Hulky in fourth, right up there again with the top runners. I used to be battling with Hulky, and it pains me, but I love it. Oh boy, do I love it far more than it pains me. It pains me that I'm not up there racing with Hulky at the moment, because I know I should be, but I'm loving the fact that he's there. And look at that, only 4 seconds behind the front 3 over the course of that race. He is going to be in there for podiums very soon as well. Jonesy with a fine 5th, Drat Fury in 6th, making up places. Ollie in the pink Barbie car, so it's going to be 1-0 to the pink car for tonight in 7th. Liusu in 8th. Then we had myself in 9th, Borky 10th, Rita 11th with the spin, and we've got Unfazed with a technical issue on that one. I did actually drop it. I dropped it behind Rita. Rita, I apologise. That was my mistake. I caught the back of your car on the way out of the top corner, and it just tried to get out of it, and I spun myself around. Nothing on you, all on me. But Richard, Grenster and Greg White were your top 3 for that one. Right, let's just get into the next one. I can see somebody saying wrong track there. We're doing the Sanquois A. Is this the wrong one? I'm not sure. Let's just change the event settings. Not sure. Ray is in. Good evening. Good. We are all good. Oh, we're all good, my friend. Thank you ever so much for joining us for this evening. And as Ollie says, 1-0 to the pink cars. Drat Fury wasn't my track. There we go. That is the reason why. See, sometimes you need the right combo, right car on the right track. Now, this is another track that I know that Drat Fury likes. But the car, what car are we in? I can't even remember what car we're in. Certainly somebody's loaded up the wrong car there. Let me just dive into here. This should be the Lexus SC430 that we're looking for. So this is the Lexus. Okay, Mr. Morgan, I think you've messed up. SC430. Oh, this one here. The GT 500 2000 that's what we're looking for. Thank you for the visit and the like, Ray. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hulky, me and Reg have just gone to buy it. And A Borat, good evening. Have some great races, ladies and gents. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. Jonesy's saying 1-0 to Herbie against Ollie, and Ollie's crying. I love it. Ollie, you got races with me and one with Herbie now. There we go. Borky, you're in the wrong car, my friend. I don't know if Borky knows that, or whether it's he hasn't got the right car. I don't think this one is mega expensive. When we get to the GR1s, don't panic, guys, if you do not have the right car, because some of the GR1s are expensive, and I can be a little bit more lenient on those, if I'm honest, but the rest of them we do try and keep to the prescribed car. Borky, wrong car, my friend. Let's just let him know. Ray can't join. No PSN till tomorrow. Plus, I've got sat in new rig for. Oh, he's not sat in his rig for 4 weeks. Have you been on a ban? Oh no! So many people on PSN bans at the moment. I don't know what is going on, and I'm not saying that is what's happened. It's just saying he's got no PSN till tomorrow. Mind you, that says I've got to get my PSN renewed. That reminds me, I need to go and get myself a new little card tomorrow or some point over the next few days. Otherwise, we won't be hosting any lobbies. And this one, I'm going to qualifier when Borky's back. Let me just let everybody know. I've got a bug buzzing around. It's annoying me. It's on my light. Oh. Need a pop gun. So, sure, on 6 laps, it's going to be, we're in GR2s. I know it's going to be a longish race. I did say we were a little bit late tonight. I did think about that earlier on. Should this be a 4 lap or should this be a 6? And I thought, wow, let's go with 6. It's a quick car. We'll see how we go. So it is going to be, I think it's going to be a slightly longer race than normal. But hey ho, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. I'm thoroughly enjoying these little races, if I'm perfectly honest. And so if we go a bit, over, I'm not too fussed. And I think I have done a slightly longer qualifier for this one, so we'll get into this fairly soon. I think I did, yeah, 10-minute qualifier, so we're going to be about 25-minute race. Not bad, just a tight month. Other bills came up. No worries, my friend. I know the feeling. Oh boy, do I know the feeling. Right, Borky is just jumping in. I tell you what I might actually do. I tell you what, this is going to upset everybody. This is going to upset everybody. Everybody's going to go, Morgan! I'm doing away with the quali. We're just going to go straight into the race for this one because it is 20 past. So let's give us a 15-minute-ish race. And then we'll do the last race and hopefully we'll be able to get... There we go, I knew that was coming out. Unfazed, the first one in there with a Morgan. Somebody's going to do it with a load of exclamation marks in a minute. Yeah, we'll just jump straight into this one. And then we'll probably jump straight into the next one as well. We'll see. So we've got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Grenster, me, Jack Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Borky. Rita is Rita racing? I haven't seen Rita ticking in. Just go, please tick in. And by the time I get there, she will have already ticked in. That's what always happens. There we go. She's in. She's in. So we're down to 10 now because obviously we're into GR2s. A lot of people don't like GR2s, don't like the longer races. So that's absolutely fine. Let's get this one underway. We've got Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Grenster, me, Drac Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Rita, Borky, and we've just got somebody. Is there anybody out there that has gone to buy the car and is coming back in? I don't want to cut anybody out. Is there anybody out there that is waiting to join us? I can see Lusu is just joining. Drac, Fury, Ray's just asking if you can do him another simple decal when you get a sec. I'll give you a message either later or tomorrow if okay. Drac Fury does some great work on those liveries. Unfazed is just grabbing the car. Or he's actually grabbed the car now. Right, so I think we're all good to go. I'm not seeing anybody else. I think we're all good. Nobody else is saying. So let's get this one underway. So Greg White, Ollie, Unfazed, Lusu, Grenster, me, Drac Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Rita and Borky, 11 runners. Let's go. And Unfazed says, at Mitch Morgan, you're fast. Can I send you a friend request? No, because both of those comments are incorrect. A, I'm not fast, and B, no, you can't send me a friend request. There we go. There we go. There we go. We are already friends. We are already friends. All right, let's get going on this one. Straight into the race. We've got the game has set the order. Nothing to do with me. We are middle of the pack. Let's see what happens. Always takes me a few minutes to get to grips with this one. There will be a few cars in the barrier, I have no doubt. Got where the track was going there. Oh, come on. What's the track going this time? Right and then left. Okay, you can't cut that corner that much. Mind you, I was right off the track, so there's no great surprise. Okay, Ray's just saying the little graph in the bottom right hand corner, your throttle brake inputs, it's good at that. I think what's even better is when you record one of your laps and somebody else is fast, and you can overlay the two together and you can see where somebody's quicker and where somebody's slower than you, and their gear inputs and their throttle and brake. How hard they're braking, how they're trail braking, throttle inputs, the whole bang, laying them over one over the other. It's really good. What's really sad is when I analysed two of my laps together and I realised just how inconsistent I am, and then when I record one of the fastest guys and I do the same and I realise how consistent they are. But you can learn so much. It certainly made me a bit quicker. Although you wouldn't imagine it the way I'm driving again tonight in the lobby, but then, as I said, in the lobby I'm watching all sorts rather than concentrating. But I am going to go quiet. We're on lap 2 of 6 and I've got Hulky in front of me, and don't cut, oh, I've cut that one again, too much. Don't go round. Trying to see if I can get on the back of Hulky, who's just a little way ahead. He's in front of Jonesy. Get a flag up. Assume that's somebody else in the gravel. Don't see anybody. Checking the map from time to time, just to see where the track is going and how tight these corners are even. Not a track that we do very often. It's a wonderful track. Rita's got a much better run through there than me. She's going to get the inside for this one. Rita with a little nudge on the wall there on the way through up off the bridge. Let's just slow her down slightly, but I can't take advantage of that. Oh, I hit. Oh. Hit each other on the way in there. Oh. Way out front, as in crazy out front, unless that's a back marker. Just looking at the map at the moment, I'm 30 seconds behind. That is a car out front. How on earth? Earth is grenched it that far out front ahead of Unfazed and Holkey. I'm going to learn this track as we go. Another yellow flag up. That's Greg. He ran into the back of him now. He's into the wall. Oh, I'm into the wall. Oh, hit the back of him. I wasn't going to hit the wall. He stopped stone dead. Greg came off best. Thank you, Era. Get to that a little later. Into the wall. Greg goes through, he knew I was going to be doing that. Rita's seen that too. Hulky in third. It's coming through while I get on the grass. Even the braking as late as I can and put it into the wall. Hulky's chasing down unfazed at the moment. Granny stayed way out the front in a league of his own here. Final lap. Will be an awesome track if you know it in this car. Just take a little bit of getting used to and learning. This could be a great combo. Oh no, I got that wrong. And I'm into the barrier hard. Why is it that I always manage to hit the barrier hard? Ray Hulky has got very quick. This is a race that can quite easily find its way into the randomizer. It's the right sort of distance, it's the right sort of time, it's the right sort of everything. We all just need to learn a little bit more. Wow. Absolutely great combo, that one. I really enjoyed that a lot. And especially in that car. Yes, enjoyed that one a lot. Right, where were we? So, well, I tell you what, we don't need to worry about who won that one because there was a certain person that disappeared into the distance and left all of us absolutely behind. Hulky's saying add this to the randomizer. Definitely think this is a good one. Good night, Ollie. Oh, Vessel says it's already in there. Okay. Maybe it is already in there. Maybe it's already. I'll have to do a double check and see. Oh, but what a race! In particular, in that car, I like that very much. Grenster was your winner with a 251.7. Unfazed in second with a 252.5. Hulky in third with a 255.1. And then Drat Fury in fourth. Ollie fifth. Greg White sixth. Rita seventh. Lusu eighth. Jonesy 9th, I got 10th, and Borky in 11th. But your top three, Grenster, Unfazed, and Hulky. Well done to you guys. Right, we are now heading off to 3 laps of Circuit de la Sarthe in the GR1s. And the car that we want for this one, again, is a specific car. If you've got it, it's the Porsche 962 we're looking for. And we should be on racing medium tyres, I think. Let's see if that lets us in. Yes, it does. So hopefully, if you've got the 962, please run the 962. If you don't have the 962, then grab another GR1 car. But ideally, if you've got that one, run it. I'm just checking Coda for the minute. Ooh. Ideally, another Group C car, yeah. And this one again, we're just getting straight into the race. Ray, good night, my friend. I appreciate you dropping in. Thank you very much. Right, where are they? The Porsche is a great car. So we've got Greg White is in the right one. Unfazed is, Lusu is, Grenster is, I am, Drac Fury is, Jonesy is, Rita is, Borky is, just Hulky at the moment. Oh. Everybody is in the 962 except for Hulky at the minute. He has a very, very bright and cheerful Nismo. Is there anybody else out there that is waiting, or are we ready to go? I am going to get this race underway at 50, 10-2. So we are still just a little bit behind. Just having a little look. Actually, what I am going to do, I'm going to get on track. I haven't done much practice this evening, and it shows. When I just jump straight into the quali, I'm all over the place. Assume 200 metres. Find out when we get there. Pretty much. Could be a bit of bump drafting in this one. Could be a bit of bump drafting working together. Or are people just going to run away? Well, we missed that one. Whoa. Right, let's just see where we're at. Right, just under a minute before we go. We will be off and running. So we've got Greg White, Lusu, Grenster, me, Drac Fury, Hulky, Jonesy, Rita, Borky. Unfazed is just joining. So we'll just wait for Unfazed to grab a car, and then we will get going. So we've got everybody in the 962, as I said, except for Hulky. Hulky's already said he's going to let us pass and stay out of the way. Don't know how quick or slow that car is going to be. We've just got one more person joining, and then we'll get this one underway. Mad Max is just joining with us. Let's see how we go. I'm hoping there's nobody else I'm going to cut off when I start this, but I did say I was going to start this at 10-2. So as soon as Max is in, we will go for this one. Then we're going to be doing the same format tomorrow: GR4, GR3, GR2, GR1. And Wednesday, probably be the same. Right, let's see. So, yeah, we're all good. Mad Max is also in the right car. So the only one who isn't is Hulky for this one. Otherwise, everybody else is in the same. BOP is on, so I'm not quite sure what difference, if any, that will make. We shall see. Good luck, everybody. Last one of this evening before I jump back into the day race B. And really not quite ready for that one, I don't feel, but we shall see. So we're starting 6th, random order on this one. So Hulky's just moving out of the way for the moment. Thank you, Hulky. Very respectful. Too much, not quite sure. This is where you need a slipstream. You have got the chicanes, which does change things up a little bit. It's just not a straightforward run straight to the end. Chasing down, unfazed at the moment. We've got Brenston first, unfazed second. Drek Fury's behind me. We've got Mad Max and Jones in behind. There's the braking point. A bit late there. Using the gears to slow down. Too deep and in the gravel. Oh, C-Tech just a little bit too late for this one. I'm sorry, my friend. Going, it wouldn't brake and then it wouldn't. Oh, what's going on with this car not braking? Let me just get out of everybody's way. This thing is just not braking. Sorry, Greg. Right, brake here. Now. Weird, putting the foot on the brake and there was just nothing, it was just going straight on. Wasn't even registering on the game from what I could see. Very weird. See if we can get back into this one somehow. How many more track limits am I going to rack up? I rack up every single track limit on this track, I think I'm getting there. Cool. Just over 1 lap to go. And Craig is 17 seconds down the road. It's gone off. Well, he's going to catch me now, so I've got massive penalty to take. And we find ourselves behind Borky again. Hulky's chasing me down as well. Got a half-second penalty and Hulky still needs 3 seconds down the road. I'm going to be really brave into this one. So 2.9, 2.8, 2.7s, but we're going to be losing this penalty. It's coming up in a few minutes. 2.6, 2.5. No, we're on the gravel again. Come on, another penalty. What is it with me and penalties around here tonight? No, Orky did me again. Oh. Wow, look at that. Grenster and Unfazed. 0.5 of a second between them at the end of that one. It's been some great racing up front. I've really got to work on streaming and getting my consistency up now and getting a little bit quicker. And start to race with those guys up front. Oh, but there we go. We will be heading off to try the daily race B in a moment. I don't think that my lap time is quick enough, but we'll see what that does. We will have to see. Gren's is just saying, I'm afraid you hesitated in the Porsche curves, but otherwise good race. Wow. The result there, Grenster was your winner with a 3:31.3 and the fastest lap. Unfazed in second with a 3:32.2, just 0.583 behind. 8 seconds back is Mad Max, so the front two over 8 seconds ahead of the first and the second. Sorry, the first and the second over 8 seconds ahead of the third, which is Mad Max with a 3:35.8. Rita in fourth with a fine fourth place there with a 3:34.5. Greg White with a 1 second penalty, which I don't think made any difference, in fifth. Drac Fury in sixth. Jonesy in seventh. Lusu in eighth. Borky in ninth. I got 10th, and Hulky in the incorrect car in 11th. So obviously a bit difficult one for him, but the top three, Grenster, Unfazed and Mad Max, well done to you guys. Just leaves me to say thanks everyone for a great night, and I'm going to close down the lobby and I'll be diving into the daily races again, and we'll be back with more of this tomorrow. Wow, we've had some great races tonight. I think probably 4 of the best GR races that we've had in a long time. I definitely think that the San Croix one needs to go into the randomizer. If you've enjoyed tonight, please give me a thumbs up. If you've enjoyed the channel, again, please give the video a thumbs up. That will be absolutely brilliant. And well, let's get into the daily races and see what they're going to deliver this week. Last week we took a little bit of a dive on the DR. We dropped DR on just about every single race. It was really pushy, bumpy, and just really struggled. This week, of course, we have got the chicane of death to worry about. If we can get to grips with that, does that then mean that we might be able to do something? Who knows? I don't. Oh, the one thing I don't want is parts. Anything but parts. But there we go. Right. So let's pop into the garage and we'll see how we go. And the car that we're going to be running in is going to have to be the GTR. The Genesis was just too slow, really too slow. So we'll stick with the OP car, and we need to get our, well, we need to get a quick lap time, but we need to get consistent. We are not consistent enough. We're clinging hold of that A ranking, and at the moment I am 7th now in the friends list. There's a few that have jumped ahead of me with a 146.5. With regards to the global ranking, we were 1,000 earlier on. We're 1,163rd at the moment. That is going to drop massively overnight. The entry deadline is 2 minutes. Oh, I really shouldn't be jumping into one this soon, but I don't want to wait ages for another one. So we will jump into this one, and let's just see how things go. This is going to be a bit stupid, I have to say, to go straight into a race without doing any sort of, well, we've done obviously a warm-up racing, but without doing a few laps for me, just to get my eye in on this track. This could be a little bit bonkers, a little bit crazy, a little bit wired. We'll see how we go. Doing this without the use of the ghost car now. Remember, the ghost car earlier on was not using first gear at all. Just third and second for rotation. Up to fifth as we go through this apex. Over the top and down the hill. Between the curb and the 100-metre board is where we need to brake. Just before the 100. I'm coming out there in second. I think I should be coming out there in third. Not quite sure. Try and get up to fifth before the chicane deck. A little bit late on that one. Up that on the inside through here. Small lift is going to hurt. Don't want to lift. Need to be going through there flat, but we did get through it on the first attempt. Hard on the brakes at the beginning of that curve. Third gear, try and pick up this apex on the accelerator as soon as you can. There is a little corner cut here that you can do. Unfazed taught me that one a while ago. Minimal lift is okay. Hitting the wall is bad. As long as it gets through, all is fine. Yeah, my worry is if I do a minimal lift, but then I have somebody behind me who goes boom because they're going quicker. Rita says, thanks Mitch and good night. Thank you ever so much. Unfazed says, was a great race indeed. Lusu says, thanks for hosting. Jack Fury says, do it. And Vessel says, minimum lift. So thank you ever so much to everybody that raced earlier on. Really do appreciate it. If you are leaving, I hope you have a really good night or good day or whatever you're doing. Have a good one, and we'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK time, for more Daily Race B. And let's see how we go. We are in trouble here. We're in A and A pluses. We're down in 13th place. Darth seriously is 2 behind. Unfazed is in here. We've got E. Scott John is in. Salt is in. Oh, this is going to be interesting. As Vessel says, you're in for some spicy soup. We are Definitely in for some spicy soup here. Oh dear, 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 dear. I didn't say hello to everybody. We got Buford T Justice I've raced with before as well. So this is going to be interesting. A rolling start on this one. Radar is on. Let's just make sure I'm on traction control 1. I want that for the moment. May well lose the traction control as we go through, but Unfazed is 2 behind. Buford T Justice I've raced with before, he's good. There's some quick guys in here indeed. Drac Fury, Escort warning. Why Escort warning? It actually says escort warning, but I think he means Escort. Right, I don't quite understand how, but the car behind me's already got a jump on me. And we're just going straight. Right on my back bumper too at the moment. Unfazed, flash your lights if you want to go through, because you're going to be so much quicker than me. Marshall with a big jump across the curbs there. Big hit on the wall. Definitely got to get a bit quicker around here. We're too slow. Far too slow. Into the wall there. It's all wrong. We've had a quick look at the wall. The wall's fine. We've said hello to the wall. Some aspects I'll be glad when I'm back as a bee. Oh. No, I've got to do a lot more practice on this. Just jumping into this is going to take some serious work. Too deep into there as well. Thing I need to do is get this traction control off. I'm pretty sure that's fighting me too. Hi Roger. I've got no confidence through there whatsoever. Through there at all. Go on, unfazed, go through. So much quicker than me. Oh. Yeah, yeah. I need to work harder. That's awful. Oh, I don't know what that has done to the DR, but that is outrageous. We need to be 8 or above, and that tanked. Oh boy, did that tank. Minus 581 for that one. So 4 of those races and we're back in a B. Did that get your confidence up, Pressure? No, it didn't. Unfazed. No, okay. That's hammered home there. I mean, it didn't help with all of those A pluses in there. But yes, we need to. We got to practice more. We got to practice more. Definitely need to practice more. Big struggle. Big struggle there. Right, let's select from the garage, time trial, and see if we can get this time up. Want to know something about those A plus racers? Come on. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. They were E-rated at some point, so just do it and stop looking at the letter. I know. You're right. I know, and you are right. Just gotta work harder. That's what we got to do. But for this one, I need the confidence through that chicane. I need to get it so that I can get through there without crashing, because then I can pick up, hopefully I can pick up a few places if other people are crashing. Right, go settings. See what we can do. Yeah, Drac, I'm not going to do a race. I don't think I'm going to do a race. I've got to get more consistent. I've got to get through that chicane regularly. When I can get through the chicane regularly, then I'll race again. But for the moment, I've got to get through the chicane. If I don't, I'm just going to crash my DL and I'll be a C by the end of the week. So I'm going to do some work on that now. I'm also going to try and do some work on that tomorrow morning at some point. Bumper cam has me at disadvantage if you're behind someone. Why does it have you at a disadvantage? were saying this is the better camera. This is the camera that I normally prefer, just sitting right up on top of the dash, right on top of the roof. That's the only thing I don't like about this one. Oh, the gantry's too late. Oh my, no. What? Jonesy, the gantry before track on there. Oh, no. Oh, I was just reading that. Track Fury says Greg was trying for 2 hours on the D chicane. Yeah, I think I'm going to be the same. Spend a lot of time just doing this. I'm going to start work early tomorrow. See if I can get like 10 till 12 or 3. Get out there and just see if I can just spend a bit of time during the day. I might stream it. If I do, I'll be very, very quiet. It'll just literally be running. Like this. I'm going to read back all these camera notes. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what people are saying. Traditionally, I've been able to get through the chicane of death with the bumper cam, but not the roof cam. This camera, I'm notoriously crashing through the chicane of death. So we'll see how things go. Big old lift through there. And better in this view. I feel more comfortable lower down. Sitting on top of the car just feels all wrong. I know what you're saying about being able to see through the chicane. Every time I get a good lap, I hit the blooming chicane. No, I'm phased. I'm not going to tick in until I've got this chicane sorted. Got to get this chicane sorted out. If not, I'm just going to kill myself. I will leave the webcam running because some of the guys that are E, D, C's and B's can look and see how much I struggle, and then hopefully will put their own struggles into context if they're struggling like I am. Otherwise I could quite easily just turn the webcam off, shut the stream down and just do this offline and without making myself look so stupid all the time. A few people have asked me just to keep it going and to stream what I do, so they can just see that other people struggle as well. It's not just a case of getting out there and banging in great lap times all the time. Sometimes you just got to really work hard and get this nailed. Right, here we go. Not really good enough. I thought about playing it safe, but paying Greg to do my daily races for me. Yeah, I have. I can't afford him. It's too expensive. Can't afford a professional racing driver yet. I'm working on it. I can't read the rest of that sentence, by the way. I'm well enough. All we got through there by the skin of our teeth. Bit off the gas before the corner. As soon as you turn in, get back on it. So basically letting off the gas midway through the two. I have thought about it. And I have done it occasionally. I've even sometimes dropped down into fourth gear for it. I think that's maybe what I'm going to have to do. Please play it safe. Just give that a go then. Now I'm thinking about lifting and not thinking about the way in. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it. I'm really not. Both you and Hattima lift. Okay, that's useful to know. Just slight lifts to get into the corner, and then when you straighten it up, just lift and then back on. hey, if we wind up back as a B, does it really matter? It really doesn't matter. I have some of my best races as a B, actually. So I don't know why I am so fixated on trying to keep the A as much. I don't know what it is. What does an A ranking do to your brain that makes you just have to keep it so much? Does it really matter? It's just a letter. It's more about the close racing and having a good race. And if you can get in the mix and have a good wheel-to-wheel race with somebody, does it matter whether you're a B or an A in the full scheme of things? It's just a badge, isn't it? Surely it's got to be all about the racing. I need to change my mindset. Bragging rights, for what that's worth. And that's the whole point, Dan. I'm not bothered about bragging rights. I want some decent close racing. Wheel to wheel, battling. I don't care whether I'm battling with a C rank race or an A plus. Why am I? It's really weird. Since I got A, why am I so focused on keeping A? I don't understand it. I bring up the GT Stats Live every day to see if I can keep that ranking. Why? There's no point. Why do I do it? Why do I do it? I really don't understand. So for those of you that are interested, we were on a 32.241, and after that last race, if I just go into there and I do a no, let's do a refresh. If I refresh it, and then we'll set it back to me. Running a bit slow at the moment. Also, my CPU has just gone crazy. I don't quite know why. I think that was when I was running, just refreshing that, the CPU went absolutely skywards. But you can see how much we dropped in the race earlier on, and then the last race just now. Massive drop. But like I said, I'm just trying to balance in my head. Why am I that fussed about losing and getting back to a DRB? It really doesn't matter. Jonesy says, stay out the dailies and keep grey. I don't want to give in, my friend. Don't want to give in to it. That's not like me. I am fighter. I get stuck in and just try and get better and work at things. So when you do the Manus and Nations, it does come into play. The better your ranking, the better the points and the more money you earn. I'm a little way off doing those for the moment, so why can I just want to practice going through that chicane over and over and over again? Why have you got to go all the way around the lap? It would be really nice in this game if you could just pick a sector and just practice it and practice it. I know the circuit experience does that. Maybe I need to look at the circuit experience to see if it just does that chicane, in which case which car it's in. What's pre-cog mean? Pre-cog for chicane. Not sure what that means, right? Try and cut that chicane with her on the way in. Ooh, that's a bit weird. That actually throws you off the track. Just looking at all the black tyre marks on the inside of that curb. Whether we can straighten the chicane a bit more. Do that really bounces the car around all over the place. Using these curves. Doesn't like the curves at all. Let's see what happens in this one. There's a lot of Bs in this one. A lot of B rank racers in this one. So this is gearing me up for dropping back to a B now, I think. There we go. Thank you, Drac. How did you guys get on? Oh, come on. I'll try. Get up the inside turn one. We'll give it a go. I've got the traction control off, so hopefully it should. Hope that guy doesn't think that was me. exhausting me. all you guys out there that are saying, I can't do the daily races and I'm not quick enough, get out there and just do it and try. Just struggling. Just struggling with the dailies at the moment. But the only way to do it is to keep on trying. Keep pushing. Keep trying. Right, let me chase Greg this time. See it as a personal challenge. Do the best that you can. last one for me too, Jack. I am going to spend some time tomorrow morning on this. Just building confidence. All I need to do. Have a break for a moment. Just need to be a little bit more consistent. Lap 2 was the best. Again, 1:46.7. Not quick enough. We'll see how we go. It'd be interesting to see if we get one in for this. About 18 seconds and we'll be back into this one. Right. Let's go. See what happens. Where are we starting? It's got John's in this one. We've got a couple of A pluses. And we're down in 12th. We are all on our Todd. See how we go. We got a guy starting at the back that's going to come through. We just got to try and keep this going in the right direction. Just see what happens. All right. Good luck, everybody. starting to learn how some of these A drivers will put up with the pushing and the shoving until the last lap, and they just have people off on the last lap. Don't look at the chat. Hi, Toxic. Oh, I got that wrong. Horribly wrong. What I'm saying, you get it wrong and you're just dead. Need to work on that much more. That chicane. The sooner we're back with the bees, the better. So difficult. So hard. So difficult. So difficult. Come on. When are we going to be? When are we going to be a bee? Everybody down to A, actually, everybody down to 10th got an increase. We got a small decrease on that one. Again, another really hard race. Really hard race. Last one. Last one. I just want to try and work on that chicane. Just need to work on the chicane. So we'll grab Greg again. See what I'm all doing. Okay, microphone change. So what I was trying to do was brake a bit earlier into this corner, but in the race you've got to brake later, otherwise people are going to go up the inside. So I'm not going to worry about the lap time now. All I'm going to do is worry about just covering the inside lines and stuff. dog's just gone out. Just shut my door for the minute. Tom. All right, last one. Last one. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Just got to try and get sorted out with that chicane of death. Traction control off does give me a little bit more rotation and stuff, a little bit more control. I need to do that. Starting 13th. Eighth. Hard work. That was hard work, but that's the best race we've had so far. We can build on that tomorrow. We can definitely build on that tomorrow. It's nice to finish up on a decent race. Tough race. Should have done better. Should have done a little bit better with that guy behind me. I think he knew he could get me at any time, but at the end of the day, that is as good as I'm going to get for the moment. The DR has increased for once. I don't think that will have made very much difference at all. If anything, it puts me at minus 74 for the day. So 51,506. That has helped actually quite a fair bit to bring that back. But we've had to go through an awful lot of races to get into a decent one. I do need to call it a night now. I'd love to do another one. Alas, I can't. Some good hard battles in that one, and we did manage to stay out of trouble and capitalize from the chaos that was in there behind and around us. Thankfully we didn't follow anybody off. We didn't get involved with any of the shenanigans that was going on, and managed to capitalize from it. So for once, a decent race. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's probably the first decent daily race I've had in ages. We improved 5 places, which was most unexpected. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and get up early in the morning, start early, and oh, look at that, a big pile of chips, 2 cars, and I get the smallest one. Who says that this is not rigged? This is a bit of the game I really wish they'd do away with. Drives me insane, really does. Yeah, so we'll be back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow for more of the daily races, for definite running them. And then we'll be doing some more of the GR races at 9 o'clock as the lobby. If you're interested in joining us and you haven't already signed up, then please drop me an email for the rules and etc. that you can sign up to. And it would be great to just check you out and see if we can get you involved. But maybe if I can get it sorted out, I might be on maybe between 10 and 11, 10 and 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 1, somewhere around that period. Maybe I might be able to get in to do some pace chasing. So I will do that actually in, rather than opening up a lobby, I'll do it in sport mode, so it is actually proper. Whether I do any races, I doubt it. All I want to do is I want to work on getting the not the lap time down so much as the consistency, because as you can see there, I'm 1,500 points away from dropping back into a B. I'm clinging hold of that A by the skin of my teeth. The S rating has dropped a little bit because that was a little bit bumpy. There was 1 or 2 little bumps in there. Yep, you're right, let's do the oil before I forget. And yeah, just clinging hold of it at the moment. Let's see how much longer we can cling hold of it. But I think if I can get some consistency and some confidence through the chicane of death, then I can start working on some of the other corners and putting a better, more consistent lap together. And that's what I'm looking for. So for now, I'm going to say good night to everybody. Thank you ever so much for watching, for racing, for supporting the channel in whatever way that you have. Thank you so much to the guys that did the gifted memberships earlier on. That was very much appreciated. Roger, I think Roger Rooms was one, and who was the other? I can't remember who the other one was. Gone out of my head now. Gone out of my head. Let me just have a little look and see if I can see. I can't find it right now. Should be able to find it. I can't find it. It was too long ago. It was yesterday. Cannot remember. Cannot remember. It's not actually showing up in the activity feed either for some strange reason. Anyway, thank you to those people that did the gifted memberships. Thank you to everybody that has watched and supported. And I'll be back here at some point tomorrow, no later than 8 o'clock in the evening, but I might be back earlier on. For now, take care. Have a great morning, day, evening, night, whatever you're doing. Have a great one. I'll see you again very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.